Right. Hello, everybody. We are going to be going through the to-do list today. We've got some things scheduled. So allow combining map, compass, map GPS, GPS plus compass, and then the permutation of the three together into one single thing. Okay, so we need to put that together. Allow simple crafting from the player's inventory. Compass to the map. This is part of this one. Room black box recording conduit. I gotta remake the prop for that because the one that I made is just too gosh darn complex and it doesn't need to be that way. Remote control for room black box, that's related to this one. This is to be able to listen to it. Zoltan, good day. And then add upper level passage for the chapel. That's the stuff that's on the list. I don't know if we're gonna have the time to get this get all of this done. I sure hope so. So why don't we start with the most fundamental stuff, which would be, I guess, the crafting of GPS and the compass and the map into one thing. And that kind of means that we also need to do the ability to craft stuff in our inventory. So we'll do that first. Just leaving for work. How dare you start streaming? Oh, get to work faster then. Come on, chop chop. The stream ain't gonna watch itself. Okay. Player. Hurry, get back to work so you can procrastinate faster. Okay. So where is the where's the thing? The thing is was the user interface for geez. Where's the user interface period? There it is. Okay, so we've got crafting, which is right here. It is overlapping our inventory somehow. Does it do that in the game? I don't think so. Okay, let's I guess we need to teleport to the chapel. Yeah, it does. Okay. Got it. That's fine. Let's position it here. And then the inventory will position right here. Maybe we can do something about the inventory. Yeah, like this. Or not. Make it vertical. So now it's at least in the middle of the screen. And it's keeping the middle of the screen unoccupied. I don't know how well this will work out, but the crafting inventory is right here. Oh yeah, we don't need this thing anymore. Just gonna hide it. There we go. And then crafting. I think we can just put it up here. Right. We are hiding and revealing this thing somewhere. Inventory process, update crafting, open var state. Crafting open is based on whether or not the panel is open, visible. Exit, crafting open false. I suppose when we open the inventory, we also need to open the crafting. For some basic stuff. So let's look this up. Okay. Inventory process. UI panels group. What the heck? Where do we actually open it? Inventory process. I guess we were probably just talking directly to the inventory. Interesting. There we go. Okay, so we make the inventory visible. And then crafting. Oh. Well, come on now. You know which one I'm talking about. Talking about this one. Nice. I'm kind of tempted to place this on this side, underneath or maybe above. It would be kind of imbalanced, but I'm sure we'll find something to place on the right side. Also, these things could be a lot smaller. What do we use to display the crafting stuff? The whatchamacallit? Recipes. Okay, crafting has craft list, the label, and craft button list. This is what we need. That child, new craft button, which is instance from a preload, which is right here. Let's open that scene, please and thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so I think we can make this a lot smaller. Let's go like 60 by 60. Okay, I guess not. This should really be a rectangle. It's hard to make a game in Godot. It's not hard. It just takes time. Just like in any engine, it's not a Godot specific thing. Okay. Okay, what do we got? These are 40. So maybe these ones could be 30 by 30. I'm going to try to minimize the space as it's hard to make games. It's not really hard to make games. Come on. Takes time. That's all it is. When you break down game making into its individual components, what, you can't draw, right? Do it enough times, you learn how to draw. You know, writing music, finishing is hard. Yeah, that's different. See, we should be clear about the terms. Finishing games is hard because it has nothing to do with the engine. It has everything to do with like motivation and discipline. That shit's hard. Okay, 80. No, it's gonna be like this. 90. All right, let's see if that's gonna make for a smaller component. I guess I can probably nest a craft button in here. Okay. Cool. We'll likely have to use a scroll container for this. Your game in 3D? It is. This one is. Okay. Yeah, so we're not gonna shrink it down that much. We could do that. Okay. Oh, there's one more there. Or is there? There we go. Okay, so that's inventory. I can probably lift it up just a touch. And now the workbench. Workbench. We should rename it to be called crafting. Okay, so mm-hmm. All right, let's see what this looks like. Oh. What is this? Craft button. Why do I keep erasing this stuff? This is it seems like some sort of a code UI bug. Get rid of this. All right. Okay, this could work, I think. It would be nice if the crafting label was above everything here. But, yeah, this works. We could have a work shift crafting and then, or a work shift, makeshift crafting, and then we're going to have a workbench in here. I do wonder if it makes sense to have separate items. I'm working 2 days in Unity project. Don't know how codes. I mean, everybody's got to learn somehow. So, whatever you got to do to learn, for sure. This does look a bit cozy, though. Huh. Maybe crafting could be at the top. Makeshift flashlight. Maybe? Let's see. Take this. Place it up here. Take inventory. Place it down here. Let's try that. Okay. I gotta say, I don't think it's an improvement. Okay, that's fine. We'll keep the crafting at the bottom. That's good. Okay, and then for the crafting text to appear above, we're gonna place it after. Okay, and then maybe this should be not necessarily crafting. Makeshift tools. What's another synonym for crafting? Hmm. It's hard to learn and I don't like hard things. Well, that's, you know, That's where your willpower comes in, my man. Give it enough time, you tend to just amass little by little. Inventory. Okay, that should be fine. Now, the question here is, what kind of things can we make quickly? I'm thinking flashlight and flashbang with a limited number of... Oh, hello. That doesn't make sense. There we go. That's what I meant to do. This needs to ignore the mouse, and the label also ignore the mouse. Yes. So I'm thinking flashlight and flashbang are the only thing that you can craft, because those are the immediately needed tools. We could actually fit in a bit of a description here. Makeshift flashlight. Makeshift flashbang. Makeshift pry tool. How long have I been working on this game? Like 6 months or something. Okay. Can we... Dang it. Come on. I want to move you away. God dang it. There we go. Just position it right down here. Nice. Oh, that's not nice. There we go. Okay. Why so long? Well, what do you think is the appropriate time to work on a game? Or, if I understand your question. Well, yeah, I ended up increasing the volumes on some of the sounds here, and then playing around with the ducking. I think it was a little bit too strong. I'm pretty sure this still works. 2, 2, 5. There we go. Yeah, nice. I gotta add additional locations, though. For me who likes to make a game 2 or 3 weeks, well, you know, I guess the sort of experience I want to craft takes longer than 2 or 3 weeks, you know? Cool. Alright, let's... What do we gotta do? Crafting... I'm pretty sure this still works. Like, if we get ourselves some stuff, like, what do we got? Tin can? Battery. What do we need? Small battery. We need copper wire. And we need flashlight. Flash bulb. Oh, get back here. Nice. Grim, good day. And then we can do this, and we crash. Now, invalidate index global transform on base nil. Get, so we're getting global transform here. Item spawn origin node. Did we move it? I think we moved it. Item spawn origin node is null. Collider, get node item spawn origin node. What the heck? Oh. Interesting. crafting bench is required in order for us to spawn the item in front. Okay, so what we can do is we can say this is not something that we're looking at. So item spawn origin node. Oh, we gotta be resetting this thing to null somewhere too. Let's see, what's above all of this? Collider null. Yeah, we do this. Reset the node reference where crafted items are created. Okay, so if this is null, we're going to go back here. Then the location is not going to be on top of that node. It's going to go straight into our inventory. So I think we can do add item. I don't think we have such a function yet. Deposit item? Huh. How you doing? I'm doing good, thank you. This admin menu. Yep, it's a developer panel. So I can spawn the items I need to test. Interface process, dev interface, add node. Nope, that's not it. Find first inventory slot. I imagine that if we were using this, we would also be depositing stuff. Collider item data. Okay. So that's okay. So that's what we're adding, but we have to be physically looking at something. This is GD script, Godot's native programming language. It's very simple to understand, much simpler than C#, I would argue. It's like if JavaScript and Python had a baby. Okay, so add child. So we're instancing span crafted object. Okay. So I suppose that we need to spawn. I could just do the lazy route and spawn it directly in front of the player. But I'm kind of feeling like we should deposit it into the inventory. Shall we deposit it directly into the player? Let's do this. I'm gonna make it spawn in front of us. But I have to use a shapecast. Shapecast. Raycast. What else? I know there is such a thing as a shapecast, but it's not called shapecast. It's a ray shape. It's like a raycast, but it uses a collision shape instead of just a single ray. And it's like a... I think it was used as part of the camera, third-person camera controls. In Godot Forward, they got it. Interpolated camera, clipped camera. Includes... Hey, a camera that includes collisions. That's interesting. Interpolated camera, camera that moves towards another node. Cool. I gotta look into using these nodes more instead of programming my own. This is so convenient. AR/VR origin, collision object, physics, physical bone, rigid body, vehicle body. Occluder allows occluder shapes to be used for occlusion calling. Okay. I gotta look into that. That looks interesting. Could that possibly be the node? Hold on a second. Let me double check that. That looks interesting. Occluder. Occluders are placed when your scene will automatically call objects that are hidden from view by the occluder. This can increase performance by decreasing the amount of objects drawn. I think that is literally the thing that I was waiting for this whole time. And it's in Godot 3. Damn! Nice. Okay, occluders are totally dynamic. You can move them as you wish. This means you can, for example, place occluders on moving spaceship and then have it occlude objects as it flies past. Interesting. You can place a large number of occluders within a scene, and it would be you can place a large number of occluders in the scene, as it would be counterproductive to call against hundreds of occluders. The system will automatically choose a selection of these for active use during the given frame. Okay. Interesting. Large occluders are favored, as well as those close to the camera. Note that small occluders close to the camera may be better occluder in terms of screen space, and large occluders far away in the distance. The type of occlusion primitive is determined by the occluder shape. Dude, this is awesome. Okay, discovered something new. We do have occlusion, which means we can place it into the various props to make them not render when we're not looking at them. Oh, this is awesome. Okay, I'm gonna put it on the to-do list. Test occlusion node. In where do we test it? Test occlusion node in radio room. Okay. When will the development of your game be finished? And what percentage of 100 something something will be filled and passed to make the game? I don't know, honestly. I've never finished a project before, so this is a first. I guess I'll have the video evidence to tell me how long it's gonna take. That's what it is. That's one question I cannot answer. All right. I guess we can do a raycast still. What do we have here? We have a grab ray, pin ray. We have ladder detect ray, which is kind of small. And this is going to be the craft object ray. Okay, the craft object ray is effectively a ray that is pointing in this direction. And it's very short, like exceptionally short. But it is supposed to be here to prevent the player from spawning an item into a wall when they craft it. Okay? So, we're going to keep it here. And then, where do we craft? Where did it fail? It failed here. So, if crafting an item, a quick makeshift item, not at a crafting bench, check if item will be spawned in the wall. Okay, so if, I believe the first thing we need to do is, if this is null, then craft ray. Okay, so I'm gonna make a variable called craft ray, so we can talk to it. That's good. Can you show me your game levels and how your games are? Well, if you stick around the channel for long enough, you'll actually see all the games that I work on, because I alternate between them on various days of the week. Friday, we're going to be working on Sublinaris. Saturday, we'll see if we can make some more time on the minigame for the website. And Sunday, Child of Ether. Vishal, good day. Right, so I guess we can try... What happens when we get a collision point but there's no collision? I think it just gives us the tip of the ray, right? Get collision point. Returns the collision point at which the ray intersects the closest object. This point is in global coordinates. Okay, so if we're not colliding, then it returns nothing? Okay, so get collision point. Right. So craft object, get collision point, and then var craft collision point. Beautiful. If that's the case, I think we do need to remember that we need to add this to exceptions with the player collision shape. So off to the ready we go. Yeah, look at that. Object ray, ray exceptions. I just hope we lived in the same time zone. I would miss a single stream. Well, I'm glad that I'm entertaining to someone. That's good. Craft object ray. Cool. Let's get back to reality. Okay. What do we need to do here? So, if the item spawn origin node is null, we are not looking at a crafting bench. Then, new crafted item, global transform, is going to be spawned at... I don't think we need to spawn it at the point of collision. I think we need to spawn it at like 90% of the way. Because the point of collision means we're already touching a wall, so the item is going to be spawned halfway in the wall. So we're going to do this. We're going to take the ray, global transform.origin.lerp, or linear interpolate, I suppose, to the craft collision point by 90%. And that's going to be the transform. And now else, if we are colliding, then just use the item spawn origin node as the collision point. Cool. All right, let's give it a test. I think this is going to work out okay. We kind of started this whole crafting system before we realized that we're going to be adding items to the inventory like we did with the latter games. So I guess that's what it is. Mr. Canadian Game Dev.
How do you know my real name?
Let's get the flashlight. No, we don't need the flashlight. We want to craft this thing, so we got to do tin can, battery, tin. We got the copper wire, and then flash bulb. Get back here. Get back here. Get back here. Dang it. Okay, this is gonna be annoying. Son of a bitch. Thank you. And we crash. All that work just so we crash. Evaluate index global transform. Set index global transform base rigid body flashlight and base value vector 3. Oh. Global transform dot origin. There we go. We just need to set the position. Okay. What do we need? Tin can. Battery. Copper wire. Flash bulb. Hey. There we go. I think that's it. Okay. What the shit? Oh, hey. I think it collided with me, or something inside of me. Good to see you, bye. Got it. Sounds good, man. What's happening here? Does the ray collide with areas? No, only bodies. Which is fine. We have a grab point right here, but it has no shape, so it cannot be collided with. And we have a player with one collision shape. Raven, good day. Rotation helper collision shape, yeah. So curious. It looks like the item might have just spawned. Let me print the collision point. So I have a feeling that it's just returns 0, 0 when there's no collisions. Would it not have been easier to spawn the item in your inventory rather than on the ground, pick them up one by one? It's the result of me just needing some sort of a hasty system. So, you know, if I'd spend more time on it, then yes. Oh, God. Nice. Okay, so that's where it's spawning. Now, what the hell was it? That's global space. Interesting. Why was it a bit to the side? Maybe it was colliding with whatever I was holding? I wasn't holding anything, though. How tough would it be to port your game to Godot 4? It would be a pain in the ass, and there's a chance that it might corrupt the project. And by corrupt, I don't mean like it's going to be unopenable. I mean it's just going to be littered with some sort of a bug that just causes, I don't know, a script to never be properly saved, and it's constantly going to be nagging me that there's a newer version of the hard drive. It's like, I know, I just made the changes to it. Just all sorts of little things. So I just don't bother. New projects will be started in Godot 4. I might consider maybe Child of Ether, but again, it's such a stylized game that it wouldn't really benefit from Godot 4 that much. When did you change inventory layout? A few minutes ago, actually. Okay. So maybe we can double check what the hell it's colliding with. So let's do this. I'm gonna force it to update collisions. Right, so we're gonna do force raycast update. And then we're gonna get the collision. Get collider. Oh, hold on. Yeah, just collider. I guess we don't need to print the name. It already does that. Let's see what the hell it's colliding with. For this project, it's better to stick with Godot 3.5. It's just I don't think it will benefit all that much from being in 4. It's a really stylized game. I think Godot 3 just does the job just fine. So the hassle of porting, like all the materials are going to be gone. I'm going to have to do some fixes in the code. Quite a lot of fixes in the code. I might as well just finish this here. Tin can, battery, copper wire, flash bulb. No, I don't need to craft a flashlight. There's one right there. Okay. Okay, so what the hell were we colliding with then? Object null. Aha. So that's what it is. It's object null, so there is no collision. So you know what? In that case, I'm going to put a note here. I'm going to put crafting object ray tip. Place it right here. I guess we could place it right here. And we're going to do this. So we force the update collision, and then we're going to get the collider. So we're going to say if the collider is not null, then I guess we are colliding with something. So get the collision point, and then set the location of the spawned object at the collision point 95% of the way to the collision point. Else, if it's not colliding, then it's going to be placed at this node's global transform.origin. Okay. That should be fine. Get back here. Get back here. Okay. It worked. It was a little bit too close, but it worked. Why don't we give it just a little bit more distance? Minus 1.5. Greetings. Greetings. Copper wire, flash bulb, tin can battery. Yeah, that'll do. Okay. So that works. Now, flash light and flash bang, I think are going to be the only things we can actually craft while on the go. To make anything else, we're going to have to use the crafting bench. So we need to make certain recipes only appear... We need to make certain recipes only appear when we are at the crafting bench. What happened with the previous streams? They've been archived and moved to the Concept Bay website. The streams, previous streams kind of stay on. Oh, that's cool. Like obscures certain characters rather than obscuring it. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, so streams stay online for a little bit and then they move on to the Concept Bay website, where it's a members access type thing. Cool. Globaltransform.origin. Globaltransform.origin. Right. How are we going to handle the whole crafting thing? Crafting recipes. Okay, so these are the recipes that show up. I guess what we can do is we can store a list of recipes that are allowed to be spawned in when you're by yourself. So let's say crafting recipe. What is this? This is going to be makeshift recipe. Or let's do quick craftables. So it's just going to be an array containing the item keys, makeshift flashbang, makeshift flashlight, and that's it. So there is a difference between, let's say, makeshift flashlight, makeshift flashbang that you make at the inventory and a crafting bench. The difference is that it is fairly limited. in uses. So the flashlight won't have as much power, and then flashbang won't have as many flashes. So I wonder if I should just define a separate type of item. Makeshift flashlight. That's the makeshift flashlight. What about the flashbang? Should be also makeshift. Flash bulb, capacitor, battery, makeshift flashbang. So cool. I'm gonna move this up here. And I believe our item spawn interface is actually clipped. Info, item. No, it's not. I guess we'll just place it over here. Okay. Right. Okay, what should we call the makeshift flashlight and the flashbang that have the loosely coupled together versions that have limited uses? Let's say 8. 8's gonna be on the well-made one. And then this one. Jerry-rigged flashlight. Hold on. I think that might be a good name for it. Although it's gonna look the same, like same model and an icon and everything. Let me double check this. Jerry-rigged. Jerry-rigged. 2 separate words. Making quickly careless way. That's perfect. Okay. So we're gonna do jerry-rigged flashlight. Who's Jerry? And what did he rig so badly that an entire term was made after his piss poor craftsmanship? Okay, so we're gonna do this. Maybe we'll make like a custom model for it. Makeshift flashlight. So jerry-rigged flashlight is what we are allowed to have here. Jerry-rigged flashlight, jerry-rigged flashbang. Okay, cool. Now, when we interact with a crafting bench, I want to make sure the crafting bench doesn't show the jerry-rigged items, and when we open up our inventory, it only shows the jerry-rigged items. Yeah. Okay. Now, if I'm correct, the inventory that we have, the inventory we've got in our panel is already populated, and I think it's populated once in the ready function. Generate room. Oh, that's master node. We need to be here. Populate craft list. Icon, name, icon. Master node, crafting recipes. Each recipe, craft, button, preload. Craft button preload. And where are we grabbing the items from? Crafting recipes. Okay, so make sure this recipe is allowed for for players local crafting. Okay, so we're gonna do if each recipe in master node quick craftables. I guess if not, continue. Okay. But that means it needs to kind of require the items to be here in the master node, the recipe. Okay. I guess we can do this here. Jerry-rigged flashlight. We could also have the player pay a extra cost that the jerry-rig one is quite literally jerry-rigged with duct tape. Right? It will require duct tape to put together. And what other kind of penalties can we introduce here? What do we have? 2 pry tools. Twice as much copper. So this is like a decision the players have to make. Copper wire. Let's give that a test. Uh-huh. Okay. Jerry-rigged flashlight. Jerry-rigged flashbang. Cool. I think that should work. Let's do tin can, battery, kappa, and then we're gonna do flash bulb, and then duct tape. Hey, okay. It still says makeshift flashlight in the item data. Hold on a sec. Let's go jerry rig. Yeah. Let's put this at like 60%. Okay. And this one's gonna be at like what, 3 uses? Jerry rig, so this is gonna be, oh. Yeah. So why is the name still? I think it still said makeshift flashlight. Hold on a sec. Oh, I think it's the item pickup code. Hold on a second. I think when the player looks at an item, grab indicator bar, held item icon, grab indicator hand, hover item name. I think we're still using like the export variable rather than item data. Inventory process. Nope, that's not the one. Grab text. Okay. Show secret graffiti somewhere. Jerry was here. It's like the door on the side of the cliff in Fallout 3. When you open it, it says "fuck you," and then in Godot 4, Godot 4, Fallout 4. There's another door that says I'm sorry. There's a little response. Oh god. Okay. Grab text. BB code text. Okay, so I think everything is already kind of hard tied to having interact text. So I need to go to the generic item script. And then here we have interact text. We do not have interact text here. Fascinating. What? Hmm. Okay, hold on a sec. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe we don't have to do anything. Let's do a quick double check on that one. Okay, so if I were to spawn, flashbang. Well, hold on a second. Where's the jerry rig stuff? Oh, dang it. The jerry rig isn't a thing in there because once again, that was kind of a hastily put together item spawner, which doesn't update itself when we add new items. We have to go to that like data structure and keep updating it. Man, this only like all of these little dev tools that I'm hastily putting together only validate why I shouldn't hastily put them together. Like it takes more time to maintain them than they're useful. Ugh. Okay. From where you got those sound effects? I have a gentleman called named Cole Harmon, who is coordinating to put the sound effects together, and we're trying to get something that just works for everything. Okay, flashbang, flashlight, flashbulb. I guess I need to try to craft one from here. Oh, you know what? I know why. It's because when we craft it, it still spawns the same exact item. That's why. Now that's actually kind of curious. Hold on a second. Jerry flashlight. The scene is the same. Okay, the scene is the same. So we're accessing the scene right here. Dropping items out of inventory. Yep. Add child. So item data gets populated after we add it as a child. And this outlines yet another issue with this particular inventory system, where the item data basically has a whole bunch of variables, export variables that define amount, ID, item name, show, scene icon, all that stuff. And that gets populated into the dictionary because now we have two places where that data is listed, here and then here. And now which one gets overwritten by which? So again, in the later inventory systems in other games, I have moved away from having a bunch of export variables, and it's just in the it's just in the item master node, in the item data, and this only contains the ID, which I gotta tell you, kind of makes me wanna. Okay, we're gonna go nuclear. I know I decided I wasn't gonna do it, but let me just what is it? Made crafting in inventory. Okay, we're gonna go nuclear here. I am going to. Oh god, I need to fetch changes. I'm going to strip away all these things And we're going to rely only on the inventory data. Yeah, we just need the item ID. So none of this. Amount, max amount, show amount. None of that is needed. We are going to push that data into the inventory. Show amount. Scene icon. All of that's not needed. I don't think we have too many items to fix this disaster. Interactable, close interactable. These I think could stay because we need to be able to change some of them. Pickup sounds, that's just local to the object. Pinned, held, that's fine. Location idle, rotation idle. That I think is okay to stay here. Because we don't save this information. We do not. Close inspectable. Close inspectable. False. Yeah, okay. And then we don't need this. Dear God, help us. And I think that's it, actually. I suppose any other issues will come from the items themselves. If there's older items that are still relying on these variables, we'll have to switch them over to use the dictionary instead. So all that's left is the ID. Okay. Let's go for, let's say, the battery. ID, interactable, close interactable, pickup sound, drop sound, coordinates for inspecting. Hey, Zoltan, sounds like you just arrived to work. Can take, can grab. This needs to stay here. Okay. All right. So now, here's what we need to do. The item data is going to have to be deposited before we add child. Okay? Before we add child. All right. Let's go through all the places where this is the case. Instance, item data. Oh, that's the only place where this is the case. Cool. Name. Beautiful. Just had to complete the usual small talk with the previous shift. Got it. Invalid get index ID on base dictionary. What dictionary? What did you try to access? Item data. This is because the generic item is attempting to get the item data, but it can't. Because the item data is empty. Okay. Interesting. I suppose we might have to say item data equals master node dot item database, and then we're going to use our ID here, and then dot duplicate, deep duplicate. There we go. So in the ready function, we'll copy the data, but the player will need to override that. So I suppose that's why we have to populate the item data after, right? Oh, item data master, held item data. Dropping items out of the inventory. We're going to take a look at that after. Here we go. So we add child. That's when the ready function of the item is going to run. Then it will fetch its item data from the ID, and then we override it with this one. So if we've used a little bit of the flashlight, it will actually be updated here. Cool. All right. Let's give it a test. What's happening? We are going nuclear, and we are updating the inventory system to have the items only rely on item ID. Invalid get index radio navigator. Failed. Invalid get item index radio navigator. Radio navigator is not the correct item ID. Radio locator. I think that's the correct item ID. Makeshift flashlight, makeshift flashbang. It is not even here. A tuna can. Okay, comma. Is it navigator or is it locator? I mean, it's looking for radio navigator. I guess we can just do a radio locator. Mm-hmm. Radio tower detector. That's the one. Radio locator. All right. So this is radio locator ID radio underscore locator. The icon is whatever it was. Where are the item icons? Why is there a script here? Oh, that's a plugin script. Okay. Was it sprites? I think it was sprites. Here it's called radio detector. All right. Now the scene is radio detector. Amount 1, max amount. There isn't really an amount. Show amount false. Yeah, there we go. All right, let's see. What else is going to fail and crash? I think the wall radio recorder thing. Tape reel. Okay, so no tape reel in here either. Even though technically tape reel, we might have to make multiple items for tape reels. Because tape reel is unique. Right? It's supposed to have some other data in it that contains like what tape reel is it, right? There's two ways to handle it. Either we create multiple tape reels, or we have one tape reel that simply contains the name of the sound that it's supposed to play. The issue, I think, is that if it's one tape reel, then it's going to be one item in the inventory. Unless we don't do that. Okay. Let's do this. Let's copy this. Tape reel. Tape reel TSCN. ID. Tape key. So it has a special key value pair here called tape key. Got it. So We're going to put one extra here. Name. Tape reel. So I guess we can actually define the tape key here. What tape key are we using? None in here, but we know that there is one in the world. Gonna go there, take a look at it. Tape. Was it random locations? Jezebel storm room. Yup, that's the one. And then let me select it, please and thank you. And then we're gonna do Jezebel intro, copy it up, and let's get back in here. There we go. Jezebel intro. Okay. So we should probably not be calling it tape reel then. We should probably calling it what? Jezebel number 1. It's just Jezebel inside of her office going, I'm number 1. I'm number 1. Okay. Icon is going to be the tape reel icon. Tape reel. And then scene is going to be the tape reel scene. Amount 1, false, don't show, tape keys, Jezebel intro. Cool. Might have to use a grid or a scroll container to display these items. All right, what's the next thing to fail? The remote? Black box remote. Nice. Okay. So black box remote is yet another item. It's just a generic item. There's no unique data to it. Okay. Name. Black box remote. The ID is the same as the key. Black box remote PNG goes here. And the scene. That's something else that's on the list for today. Get this up and running. Get a new model for the black box. Okay, what else? Silo access key 1. Makes sense. Okay, which means there's going to be 2 of them. So this is going to be silo access key 1. And then this is silo access key number 1. Okay, what is the icon? And then silo access key TSCN. And then number 2, it is literally just this. Same icon, same scene. Once we drop the item, it should be, the data should be populated, which I think we haven't actually done that yet. So I'm just going to copy this. Add child. And then master node held item data. I guess that is where the data should come from, which means this is okay. So move item data from held temp dictionary. All right, what else is going to complain? Tape reel ID is still radio locator. Thank you very much. Gonna have to change that. Hey, okay, we're closer. We're no longer seeing the inside of Papa Smurf's butt. Invalid index on. What is this? Flashlight. Okay. That is fine. Tape reel, tape reel. Although I think Isabel. Beautiful. This does have to be unique. Okay, and then, what is it? Flashlight has an extra property for storing if it's on or off. Makeshift flashlight, so on, false. Makeshift flashbang, and then jerry-rig flashlight, same thing. Okay. All right. Oh, well, back to Papa Smurf's colon. Invalidate index tape reel, because that is no longer the item ID. Now, that's actually not the case. We should be able to just keep it as tape reel. It's just the key is different, and the name can be different. Because nothing is dependent on the name of the item. That's just a passive piece of data. So, tape reel. I guess that could just be a tape. Yes. Okay. ID's tape reel. But the name could be this. And you know what? We're gonna go back into the dev panel, and then we're gonna make the dev panel pull the names of the items. Okay. Now. Oh yes, and the radio locator doesn't actually. Oh, the map died. The radio locator doesn't actually display. It doesn't save the position. So when you put it away and take it back out, it resets all of the sliders. Okay, map. Map is not here. That's fascinating. It's one of the first items. Okay. Let's just take this capacitor. Map. This is for the better, though. Having one single place where all the items are mentioned is good. Map. Scene. Okay, so items, that's the scene. And then the map icon is this. Show amount false. It really does. Again, this was developed before I realized this for my future projects. Like Child of Ether has the new system. Sublunaris is gonna have or already has that new system. So yeah, it's a normal part of the learning process. Map amount. Yes. Okay. Let's see what else is missing. We're just gonna slowly take out all the items and have them be displayed or crash. Nice. Okay, and then battery. Makeshift. Well, this isn't really a makeshift battery. We can't craft this thing. So I guess we can do car battery. Do we have it here? 12. Wait. Hold on. Did it say makeshift battery? It shouldn't. Interesting. No, 55-volt battery. Okay. Makeshift pry tool. 55-volt battery. Makeshift. Just makeshift. Flashbang and makeshift. Nice. What the hell is this? These are the names of the items. Makeshift flashbang. Oh, it's not long enough to display the name. That's why. Okay. That's fine. We're going to go to... Where is it? To the player. To the window. To the wall. This is level. Let's get back in here. Grab text. Hover item name. We just need to give it more room like this. I think it's already going to be centered. Okay. Makeshift pry tool. Hey, nice. Need for Speed Underground. Yeah, dude. Nice. Uh, local map. Okay. Well, I mean, it works. So that's good. Let me put on the list for today. This is, make a radio locator. Store knob positions. Store and recall knob positions. And I think we need to store that information inside of the radio locator, so that if you pick up a second one, it doesn't magically already show the same positions that you dialed in on a different one. Cool. All right. Slowly standardizing this stuff. Um, now, what should be done next? Is the flash bang gonna contain the limited number of flashes? Let's double check that real quick. All right, so we go flashbang contains 50. Oh, well, that's not very useful. 40. Yeah, we're gonna have to replace these as well. These sound effects. This was from the old engineer who has gone AWOL, unfortunately, so we're gonna have to be replacing them. Which is all the more important for indie devs to arrange agreements and written documents. Don't want to be stuck in the same position, having to replace every single asset. Cool. So that works. That was 5. Okay. The mouse look code is an input event because when the input is fired, you filter out the event by type. And if it's a type of input event mouse motion, it will have a relative property, which effectively contains the relative speed of the mouse. And if the mouse doesn't move, then there's no events, the camera doesn't move. So it's, the camera motion is event-based rather than just actively asking, where's the mouse? Where's the mouse? Where's the mouse? Not unhandled input, just regular input. Okay, so jerry-rig flashbang, jerry-rig flashlight. We can insert like a third item here, which is going to be, I would say, some sort of a healing item, I think, and that will be it. Like that's all that we need the local crafting system for. The next thing would be to get the player to have a crafting system in the crafting bench. So I think we're gonna end up placing that in the crafting bench itself. Cool. Someone told me unhandled input is the one to go for. I think unhandled input is only fired when no elements have captured the mouse input, like no UI elements, for example, have captured the UI input. It's never been like a problem in my case, to be honest. So this should be fine. Let's pop over to the chapel, the chapel, the Dave chapel, and let's place the player spawn point there because we're going to be working on the crafting bench UI, redoing that, revamping it a little bit. Okay. Player. Here. Player, def player spawn. Align transform to view. And then reset that. Oh, interesting. Mm-hmm. Alrighty. I think Antoine might have made a mesh, or it's either Antoine or Dimitar made a model here for spawning the player. That's kind of neat. Let's see, where's this thing located? Utility, player, spawn, OBJ. Yep, I think that's what it is. Very quite useful. Although player spawns in the middle, and I think we need to move this thing down somewhere around halfway. Because otherwise the player will be spawned in the middle of the floor. Okay. Cool. So what do we got to do here? We got the workbench. The workbench will have to have the crafting UI in it as well. So canvas layer UI, and then I'm gonna borrow the player's crafting stuff from here. Crafting, copy, paste. Beautiful. We're gonna position it on the left side. I can actually place a player in here, and then in the 2D view I can temporarily see where all the nodes are. So I can align this right here. Okay, and this is not going to be makeshift tools. This is crafting bench. What should we call it instead of crafting bench? Because it's a little too Minecrafty. Set the scope of the game. Go with the flow. I'm kind of more or less going with the flow. As new ideas come, I look at them and see if they fit, and yeah, just go with it. Workstation. Workbench. There we go. Workbench. Perfect. Perfect. Crafting workbench workstation. Beautiful. Just toss all of them in there. You never want to leave a stone unturned. Okay, workbench. So we're gonna take the same code that we used in the player to populate the workbench. Crafting list. There we go. We're gonna copy it over to the workbench, to the wall. Okay, object props, not objects. Scripts, props interactable, workbench. And then pop it in here. Okay. Let's do func interact. We don't interact with the whole bench. No. We have to interact with like a small component of it. So let's see here. What is what? That's the whole static body, and it is in a group, apparently, called nav mesh group. Okay. We have this guy, which is tri-mesh collision shape. We have blueprints, which has a crafting bench UI in it. So this is where we abolish the custom nature of the workbench, and then I think we just add it to a group called interactables. Let's see. I think flashlight is interactable, right? Grabbable, storable, but not interactable. What is interactable? Door. Bunker door. Not bunker door, it's like a generic door. Security door. Sure. These are interactable components. Security lock. Eventually we'll get to something interactable here. Interactable, yep. So that's the group that we need to get to. Okay. So here we have the blueprint, interactable. Perfect. We have a collision shape. That is just the size of this thing. Okay, so I think we can just attach the blueprint, the script to this. It's not a workbench. Okay, I'll leave the script in a workbench for now. Let's do blueprints. Sure. This is going to be saved to scripts, props interactable, blueprints. Nice. Paste it in here, and I suppose we can put the UI into the blueprints. So this way we can make the blueprints be technically a separate object. And if we really wanted to, we could place it on a different workbench. Now, craft button preload. We need to pop it up here, copy it over. Let's put it in here. Okay. UI, which we have UI. Interface, which we don't have, but we have crafting button list, and okay. And then this is where we reverse this point. If the item is in quick craftables, we continue. And that is basically it. Cool. Now, new crafting button gets connected self here. It has a craft function, so player must have a craft function. There it is. Takes an item ID, plays a sound. So in the other project, I would move this to the master node, so there's only one craft function. But I suppose here we can kind of go through this one by one and fix this up. Item spawn origin node. We don't need to worry about this anymore, actually. As a matter of fact, we don't have to worry about this ever, because the player is not going to be spawning things or crafting things within himself. Yeah, you know what? I think that's fine. What we're gonna do is say item spawn origin node. Spatial. Okay, it is a part of the blueprint, although the origin of the blueprint seems a little weird, to be honest. Okay. There we go. So we don't need to check if it's null. We don't need the ray. Although, it might be a good idea to have a ray, so we don't spawn items inside of one another. That might cause a problem. But at the same time, I kind of want to see what kind of problem it is. So I guess we'll just do this. This is all that it takes. Spawn crafted item, we instantiate, add the child, set the global transform to the global transform of the item spawn origin, which we can tilt a little bit and then rotate a bit so that it's not spawning straight every time. And then item spawn origin is right here. The sound effect, craft sound effect. Okay. Got it. Oh, come on. You know what I want. No, you idiot. God damn it. Copy the node. Paste in the node. Okay, now it's also going to be talking about craft sound effects. So we need to extract this. Place it in here. Perfect. You just have a collision shape on the spawn area and check if anything is inside or not. And prevent spawning of further items. That could technically be done. I would rather have the player just kind of spawn a bunch of stuff without having them spawn something or craft something, have to exit the interface, pick it up, enter the interface, spawn something, exit the interface, and just repeat it. How do you like Godot? Coming from Unity or First Engine? I'm coming from GameMaker Studio, LEDWorks, and App Game Kit. And yeah, Godot just wipes the floor with all of them in terms of how quickly you can prototype stuff. Okay, this really needs to be a part of the blueprint. Okay. Also, I believe the blueprint is actually a separate mesh, so I can place this in here. Yeah, and just have it be like a one single self-sufficient element. Okay, crafting sound effect. Where is this? Oh, that's just a... It's not a positional element, so just place. Nodes are interesting. Yeah, nodes save you so much time. They absolutely save you so much time on just like building out the foundation of your game. I still dread the game makers. The only way to do UI in Game Maker is by drawing text using draw functions. No scalability, none of that stuff. No dynamic resizing. You have to code everything. Takes too much time. Complete waste. This shit should really be just, part of the engine's functionality. God forbid if you have to do scalability in UI and Game Maker. Jeez. They're only just now like starting to add some sort of, or planning on adding some sort of UI, dynamic UI building tools. And I'm like, yeah, should have been one of the first priorities. Are we missing anything? We're missing this. Okay. So inventory in this case has to be from the player. Okay. So we need to reference the player's inventory, but that's actually something that we can do with this. So func interact, and I think player node is being sent to us when we interact with this. So we can say inventory equals player node dot inventory. So now the crafting bench blueprint has a reference to the player's inventory. And then the rest of the code just picks up from there. Okay. Is it going to work? I don't know. Let's see. We have this workbench. I think if I'm going to run this... Good luck. I'm off to work. Sounds good, man. Appreciate the pop-in. Okay, so that's always there. Also, we have two players now, so they're both drawing their velocities. Get rid of this. Okay, there we go. Now, it hasn't actually populated the items, so I think at some point the player will have to unlock a new recipe. It's a part of the main quest. So I think we're going to populate the crafting list when the interaction takes place. And of course, we don't need this visible at all times. So we're going to take the crafting panel. We're going to hide it. And then crafting. Oh, you know which node I'm talking about. Crafting dot visible true. Okay. Oh, okay. It crashed. It's looking for interact text, which makes sense. Var interact text. Craft or Engage workbench.
Will you marry me? Will you become my wife?
Interact text. Why are you still complaining? What's happening? Expected indent block. Oh, wait. I goofed something up, didn't I? Dictionary. What's happening? How's the temp material on the workbench look so clean? Did you unwrap it? Yes. Just very quick. Not even unwrapping. I just applied scale on everything, and then the temp material is triplanar. So as long as your scaling is cleared, temporary material should work. What are you talking about? Oh, the freaking A letter. Jeez. See, that kind of drives me nuts. As soon as the engine crashes, whatever like you were holding just gets typed into the code behind. Okay. Engage workbench. All right. So that works. It's also supposed to open our inventory so we can see what's happening. Bright tool, flashlight, flashbang. Jerry flashbang. Okay, cool. And then of course when we close it, it's got to go away. So, player. When we press the inventory, it toggles the inventory. Okay, let's make a function func open inventory. And then inventory. That's right. So what do? Oh yeah, this has to mimic the visibility of the inventory. So for now, however, we do true. Visible, visible. If we just close the inventory, crafting panel, close that as well, which we have just done. So the mouse gets uncaptured. So we don't need this technically because it mimics this. BB code gets cleared. Close sound effect is played. And then here we just open it. Okay. Cool. So we say player node dot open inventory. And is that going to lock our mouse and do everything? Or do we have to update the variable? I think we should have a inventory open variable there. Boop. Yeah, nice. Okay, and then when we close... Oh. Well, hello. I guess I kind of automatically pressed E again. So I suppose we can make it close the inventory. Func close inventory. So we do false. We could also done a toggle inventory, so we could just reuse the same thing. Jerry rig. Did Jerry do what bang? It's a slightly shittier version of the flashlight and the flashbang, but you can craft if you're in a pinch. Right. Inventory. Okay, so we go back here. And I suppose we can just do... Maybe that's what we should just do. Toggle inventory. And then we do new state. Yeah. Get back. New state gets written. Don't need this anymore. Toggle inventory. Okay. So we're going to say the visible part becomes not what the visible part is right now, and then the inventory of the player will mimic that as well. It's toggle inventory. This is going to be player node. Toggle inventory. Don't need this. This should be the first thing to take place. And then populate craft list should destroy the old items that are in this list before making new ones. So let's do clear old list. So for each button in guild children, there should really be a dedicated function for destroy all children, considering how much it's actually being used. Is it possible for us to extend a class? Let's say go to the class of whatever has the class of get children, and then like add additional function that's a part of that class without having to define a new one. That would be awesome. Just add additional functions. I wonder if that might be a thing. Maybe via like a plugin or something. Like it would be nice if you don't have to extend it to make your own. Okay, queue free. So we queue free and then we create from scratch. Player is also capable of opening up the inventory on their own, like pressing tab to close it. So we're gonna have to make sure that it accounts for that. There we go. We're still stuck with the mouse not captured. So we're gonna have to go here. I think we can just go if new state is false, input dot mouse mode captured. That might be okay. Let's see if this works. There we go. Okay, engage workbench. Cool. So now we have this. We should be able to craft. So let's go can. Whoa, that was not a 55-volt battery. Yeah, what the heck? I think we copy pasted the item data. All right. So let's do this and fail. Unless we don't have all the ingredients. Flash bulb. Copper wire. Capacitor. Battery. Tin can. Yeah, that should have worked. Did the signal not get established? Okay. Button up. Self. Craft. Each recipe is sent. I like the way the arguments were just a nice simple array. The whole callable thing is a minor inconvenience. Let's see if this works. So print craft an item from workbench. Mm-hmm. Craft an item from a workbench. It works. Ah. Okay, let's fix that real quick. Battery 12 volts. Cool. So it does call the function, but it doesn't craft. Master node, Maybe it's not finding the craftable item. Let's see, item ID. This is the item we're requesting to craft. You know what? I'm just gonna place a breakpoint right there. Right. Hey, well, it tried some. Oh, no, that's a breakpoint. Never mind. Okay, so let's go step into. All right. Makeshift flashlight. Okay. We have such a thing, right? We should. Makeshift flashlight. It's there. Nice. Okay. So, clears the variables. And then each ingredient. I think we're about to start. How do you know if the game is getting too big? That's not really something that I worry about. I mean, I kind of look at what kind of experiences it is uh that I'm thinking of, or let's say when, like for example, Dimitar had put together a really cool mesh recently, which is an oxygen refill station. And there's a portion of the game that kind of requires you to use it. And immediately when I saw it, I'm like, you know what? This would make for a really cool, a really cool mechanic. First of all, right here. So first of all, we have like a battery compartment here. So the player would be able to insert the battery in here. And then we can swap out between meshes. And then they can insert the oxygen tank into one of these machines, one of these outlets. And then that will be a part of the gameplay mechanic where you're going to be kind of running out of oxygen. And then you have to come back to these machines, put a tank in, take the filled tank out, and then go off on your merry way. And then, like, just immediately when I saw it, like, that would make for a cool mechanic. So, on that front, you know, I look at it and yes, it's an additional thing. Is it feature creep? Maybe. Is it worthwhile? Seems to me. So, you know, it's one of those things. So, like, as the game grows, you're like, well, maybe it deserves having that kind of an experience in it. So it justifies the time of working on it. You know, I think I'll feel if the game is starting to get too big. Maybe I just haven't hit that point yet. Okay, so we're going through the master note. I think I wanted to leave a note here. Find this recipe. Okay. Look for player's inventory. Check the item. Oh. Well, hold on a second. Crafting recipes. Check each item. Hold on, what the heck is this for? Yeah, Dimitar's 3D models are very, very nice. Like we've boiled it down to like this console having a whole bunch of modular dials and buttons and outlets and all that stuff. We're gonna have it spawn in on these panels, and then we have variations of these panels. Some are bent, some are kind of corroded and broken, and then we'll have a type of enemy that when he passes, he's like an electrical enemy. And when he passes all these panels, they start blowing up and then causing all these effects at random. So the none of that was conceived when the prop was made. It's after the fact that we put the prop together that we thought, that would be a really cool thing for us to do. So that influenced how the prop was designed. Like we separated all the panels, we created multiple variations of the panel with different deformations. And it's one of those things where as you are working on it, you're coming up with these ideas. This is why I don't get how large studios can work with the design document in order to find financing for a project. It's like, how do you know? How can you possibly know everything that a game has to offer ahead of time? Like, I don't know. Maybe it's like an indie thing. Maybe I don't understand it, but so many cool ideas just come in the process of making it that I don't I don't see how it can just be set on something. I suppose large studios aren't set on anything. I suppose the design document is just a pile of bullshit. It's just like, here's the general idea, and here's all the stuff that, hopefully will convince you to give us money. And then in the process, they still come up with new ideas and they still see if they can implement it or, cut off some some ideas. So, yeah, who knows what the process is like, man. Cool. All right. Anyways, let's keep tracking of what's happening in the code. So what are we doing here? Make sure the slot hasn't been matched with another item. Oh, I suppose it's just looking for items. Find uh crafting recipe. Right. Crafting recipe contains this right here. Crafting recipe contains the recipe itself and the names of the items that go into crafting that item. So that's what we're actually looping through. Okay, so where is it? Here we go. So it's looping through the items. Make sure the slot hasn't already been matched with another. Counted slots is to keep track of, let's say, if the recipe requires 3 copper wire, it shouldn't count the first copper wire 3 times. So that's what this does. Okay. And then I guess that if statement failed as well. What does this do? Oh, okay. Check if this item matches the recipe ingredient. Okay, so each item slot 2. Oh. No. Counted slots, yes, and then each ingredient is tin can. Okay. Each item slot is 5. The ID doesn't tell me. And I don't think we're going to see it here either. Inventory. We can see it here. So item 5. Tin can. So that should actually pass this if statement. So we go here. It passes. We append it. And then we go again. Interesting how I didn't see this get executed. Game development Fallout. You can find some GDC talks on Fallout development and I think the original head programmer and mechanics engineer has a YouTube channel called Tim somebody. Hold on a sec. The name escapes me. Let's see if I can find it. Timothy Kane. Look up Timothy Kane on YouTube. He has like an extensive YouTube channel on discussion on like the development process for Fallout and his other games that he worked on. This one right here. Beautiful. Thank you, YouTube. Yeah, there we go. A lot of very useful information. Okay, so what are we doing here? We're still tracing if we got all the items. Okay. Okay, so here it found another item. Okay, what item are we on? Each ingredient, copper wire, and then I guess it just searches every slot for copper wire. We do have copper wire. Slot 6. Okay, there we go. Found the copper wire. And then, what's the next ingredient? Flashbulb. Flashbulb is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So, each item slot. So we wait for that to be 5. Oh. Why did it go straight to 9? Do we have more than one? Flashbulb. Yeah, that's a flashbulb. What the heck? It skipped number 5. Unless it's not number 5. Tin can is number 5. Wait a minute. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a bit strange. Oh, I suppose it's this one. Nope. What the heck? Hold on a second. Tin can, battery, big battery, flashbulb. Local map. Oh, that's hot bars. Right. I totally forgot. We're using the hotbars as the first several slots of the inventory. We're just hiding them here. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. Flashbulb. Okay, cool. I'm not insane. And then it skipped number 10. What? Flashbulb. It's still looking for it. Number 5. 6, 7, 8, 10. And then it found it, appends it, and that's it. Okay, so that means all ingredients have been found. Yeah, because we broke out of it. Check if this item matches the recipe ingredient. Well, yes. Okay, and that means we're out of the for loop. So now, matched ingredients, 4. And then what is the size of this? We don't know. Well, I guess we're about to find out. Ah, okay, size was correct. Remove all matched inventory ingredients. So we're gonna go through this, remove the 4 items. Okay, that's 1, 2, come on, 3, and then the last matched item, 4. Break. Damn it, I missed it. What the? Okay, hold on. I missed it. Oh, no, I didn't miss it. It just went into the instancing process. So it's instancing the generic item. What the hell? So it does work. Okay, it's instancing the items of the generic item. Yeah. Okay, sets the init to on. And then the ready function gets run because we're adding it as a child. Flashbulb material. Okay, and then add child. That's the ready function. That seems a little weird. Okay. Just the order in which the debugger is showing me the code. I would imagine first it would move into the add child and then we would enter it. Okay, in the global position. Right. Play. And that's it. And there it is. What? So does it work? I just spent this entire time verifying code that works. Hold on a sec. You're working on multiple games. Yeah, pretty much. Just to keep my life interesting. I'm like One Punch Man. I'm just gonna keep doing these projects over and over and over again until I get to the point when I'm so good I can make a game in a day. An entire AAA blockbuster in one day. Okay. So that works. And then, of course, when I press tab, it closes the inventory. I can't... what do I need? Flashbulb. No, got capacitor. Flashbulb and copper wire. Copper wire. Okay. Yeah. Everything works. Okay. I do need to make it so that when I press tab, it closes the inventory. If one is open. Okay. I would imagine we can do that if we go to the player and then show hide inventory. So when we close it, close any and all crafting benches. Okay. So I suppose that could work. Open your own game store, which only has games by you. I'm not Bethesda. I'll learn from their failures. Thank you very much. I kind of do find it funny that slowly everybody's returning to Steam. Because honestly, having a bajillion game launchers kind of drives me nuts. Okay, workbench. Workbench. So we do have a group called Interactables. Let's add another group. Workbench group. Copy it. Nice. And then workbench. What do we got to do here? No, in the player, when the player closes it, we'll do for bench in get tree, get nodes in group, workbench group, and I will tell the workbench to close. All right. Give it a function. And what is that going to do? Visible set to false. And I think that's it. Cool. Road to Vostok looks really interesting. I do find their maps look a little bit flat. And when I asked about it, they were like, welcome to the Netherlands. And I'm like, I mean, okay, sure. I mean, I live in Canada and in Ontario, and I don't try to make my levels look plain flat as shit. You're allowed to put in hills in your game that aren't reflective of where you are, but if the game takes place in Netherlands, then that makes sense. So, it is what it is. I find the maps right now kind of look flat, and I don't know if they're going to be adding any sort of terrain variation. I would personally find... Like, this is something that I used to do with my terrain a lot in the past. I would just make everything flat as shit. And then I wonder, why does my level look so plain? So yeah. Godot doesn't crash if you make one mistake. It'll still give you an error in the debugger. That's to be fair. That's my experience with GameMaker as well. Like, GameMaker gives you an error if your game runs into a fatal error, and it gives you what the problem is. Unless you're talking about the engine crashing, which is also not really the case in GameMaker. I don't know if you're just making jokes and whatnot, but you know, I don't try to dunk on the engine unless it's deserving, and there's plenty that GameMaker deserves to be dunked on. There we go. Nice. Okay, so that works. Oh, I picked it up. Okay. Cool. So, not bad. We now have a crafting bench. We can craft stuff in it. We have a makeshift tool bench, which allows us to very rapidly create some slightly nerfed versions of the items. I'd say that's pretty damn cool. There's also this one collision that's been driving me nuts. It's this little divot here, and if you fall into it, you can't get out of it. I don't know what the hell it is, but it's just kind of making me go mad. I think it's because of the way I made the collision shape for the stairs. Yeah, you see it's like this one little divot here. Right. Well, we're gonna be adding some upper scaffolding into the chapel anyways. So I think that'll be dealt with when we get to it. And what can we take off the list that we just did? Allow simple crafting from player inventory without crafting bench is done. Beautiful. Okay, so that kind of piggybacks us into the whole allow combining maps, compasses, and map compass and GPS locator together. So let's do that right now. We're gonna go to the master node. It's gonna be one of the last things. So I wanted to give the player the ability to join the three tools together, but there is a number of permutations that the player could take to join all the items in one. They could say, oh, I have a map, I have a compass, and I have a GPS tracker, so I can join a map and a compass, and the GPS and the map, and the compass and the tracker, or I can join all three into one. So it's kind of like, well, I guess we're going to have to make 3 recipes, or even more, where we can join everything in one. Or we could just basically say you have to have all 3 in order to be able to join it. So let's try this. Map, tracker. I guess this is navigation kit. That's going to be the name of the item. And then it needs to take map, GPS, I think. Oh, we don't have GPS here, do we? We should have it. Capacitor, copper wire, duct tape, tin can, pipe, iron bar, makeshift pry tool, tuna can, radio locator. No, we don't. Okay. I guess we can add it here. So this is GPS. Okay. GPS digits. We might not have an item icon for GPS, actually. We have items. I distinctly recall separating it. We have compass. That has to be added too. Is compass 2 S's? Hold on a sec. Well, yes, 2 S's. Okay. And then the scene is this one here. The icon. Do we have an icon? Yes. Okay, icon seen. Cool. And then what about the GPS? Do we have a icon for that? Likely not. Okay, but GPS does have a dedicated scene for it. What's it called? Radio decoder map crest, which isn't a thing anymore. Makeshift pry tool, lab flask, iron bar, coordinate device, GPS. Was it written as coordinate device? Nope. It was missing entirely. All right. Cool. And it doesn't have an item icon. So we're going to have to quickly put something together. Beautiful. Okay, let's save it as to Dreadtail, engine, sprites, UI, and then icons, GPS. Nice. Why separate code for each item? Well, that isn't really code. These are just item definitions. And it allows me to not have to actually create custom code for each and every item. Every single item basically inherits from this generic item data or generic item class or script, which handles all the generic behaviors like picking item up, dropping it down, equipping it, and then running whatever basic stuff to it. And then that kind of creates a modular system, modular inventory system that I don't have to worry about. I need a new item, cool, just like set up a new entry here, and then mention the scene and the icon and what's the amount, what's the max amount, and all that jazz. And then I don't have to worry about the rest. That's the most game dev thing I've seen in a while. What? The taking a screenshot inside the editor? Yeah, we'll just it's a temporary icon. It'll do fine. Don't worry about it. Okay, so let's see here. We crash. Coordinate device is not a thing anymore. It's called GPS. All right, and this thing. This is the developer panel. Right. You know what? We're gonna comment this out. And then here, we're going to go master node dot item database, make a new button, set the text to, let's do item key. Now we're not going to use the item key as the name. We're actually going to get the item name because we have a bunch of items called tape reel, but they have a different name. So we're just going to get the name, name of the item. Yep, right there. And what do we have here? The key of the item is going to be sent here. Okay, spawn item button. Item key is provided. Items is no longer a thing. We go into the master node, item database, we access the item key, then we get the scene. We will load whatever's in that scene, and then the rest gets instantiated. And I think that's it. Beats the hand icon. Don't diss the hand icon. That's my real hand. you asshat. Okay. I use my own homegrown hand for that icon. Cool. All right. Get tree. Current scene. Uh, cool. I think that should work. And just like that, if it works, I'm not going to say anything. Hold on. Oh, all right. Silo key 1. Hey, nice. Jezebel tape reel, which crashed? Nope. Oh, it's just floating because it's not a rigid item. Oh, man, this is awesome. 55-volt battery. What the shit is this? Oh, God, come on. 55 volt. This is 12 volt. Hey, I changed this. What the? You saw me change it, right? Unless, hold on. Does the player have an item in his inventory that is also mislabeled? $55 volt, 55 volt, 55. Yeah, that's fine. The process. Gotta have a hairy arm. Times 23 during that stream. Don't remind me. Okay. Agree with myself. Nice. Okay, but they both have the same number of flashes by the looks of it, which is not correct. Oh, right. They don't have the same number of flashes because they both use the same scene. And we're not forwarding the data into it fast enough. 50-50. Hold on, what was the 8? What was the 8 for? Master node. 8, 3. Jerry-rig flashbang. Okay, so when we spawn an item, which is, where is it? We should have put the code for developer panel into a dedicated script in the developer panel. DevTools. Already, teleport process. Yeah, okay. We might even move it there. That might be a good thing. Spawn crafted object. That's for instancing. Open note. Interact with objects. CSG cube. Dropping items out of the inventory. Populate craft list. Huh. Spawn crafted object. Huh? Okay, I'm kind of lost here. DevTools, location teleport info. Oh yeah, it is its own thing. Nice. Spawn item. I guess it just instances the scene, and we never forwarded the item database into it. So item data equals, let's go ahead and take this, duplicate. Yes, because otherwise it will just use its own item key inside of it. Make it true. Deep duplicate. This should do it. Time to sleep, man. Sounds good. Appreciate the company. Have a great day yourself. Okay, Jervik flashlight is now crashing. Invalidate index item date. Data. Eventually, I'll find these errors myself. God knows I have to, because if I don't, I'm not going to be able to resolve them in the future by myself. 3, 8, nice. Okay, so that's good. Oh man, this is nice. We now have a nice self-sufficient system. Pretty cool. Is that something I can take off the list? It's not. It's something that I just decided to do. Oh, but there was a system for crafting the what is it? The location kit, which isn't an item that we have set up yet. Okay, so we have map, GPS, compass, and now we're gonna need to create a new item, which is navigation set. Let's call it navigation set. Okay, so in the master node, what is the scene? So we're gonna take a scene for the map. Okay, the map is not supposed to include this thing, the GPS. We're going to have to get rid of it. We cannot get rid of it for some reason because it's in the map scene of its own. Oh, that's GLTF. Okay, it's in the GLTF file. Right. Right. Let's take care of that. What is that wall of comments all about? For me to not lose my mind when I come back to the code and wonder who the hell wrote all this. Okay. Assets, models, map. Yes. This GPS, I'm probably going to have to remake it anyways. Let's move to collection, gyps, and then hide it. And then this also needs to not be here. I prefer keep the future self in the dark. Keep them on their toes. Fuck them. Engine, models, items, map. Beautiful. Okay. Fantastic. Go back here. It's just the map. Now, the GPS has everything that the map used to have, so we can get rid of this stuff, that stuff. Beautiful. So it's literally just this. The Omnilight, I think, will not be required because we're going to have an Omnilight in the player that kind of eliminates the objects that we're holding, and only the objects that we're holding. Okay, label 3D was just for testing. So that's the map, that's the GPS. So I'm going to take the map, I'm going to save scene as. This is going to be navigation set. And then all it is just, it's going to include the GPS in it. Jesus Christ, that is absolutely freaking enormous. Oh God. That's huge. We're going to have to deal with that afterwards. Let's just get it up and running first of all. Okay. No imp is too long. I just push things into a separate collection, and then it's just gonna sit there and not get exported. Less work for Godot. Right? It's already working overtime, getting all this stuff up and running. Did you know there's a naming prefix? Yep. That's all nice and dandy, but when I have 200 objects in the Blender scene. Something tells me I don't want to go through all of them and rename them or use batch tools. Okay, I'm gonna also add a compass here. Jesus Christ. Why is everything so huge? Or maybe it's because the map is too tiny. Hold on a second. Navigation set. Okay, I'm just gonna double check this. So navigation set. I'm gonna quickly do this. Dang it. Whoops. I have just destroyed the GPS. Let's make a new one. Nice temporary icon. Nav set. Maybe that's what we should call it. Way too big or obnoxious. These are pretty early elements. Also, I don't know. I'm well aware of it. You note your arguments have been noted. Your complaints. Let's go back to the master node. Navigation set. So the icon is nav set. Scene is navigation set. All right, let's see if it's the map that's too small or if it's the other way around. If the compass is too big. It's because we're modeling stuff and we're forgetting to use object references. Okay. Ah. Whoa. Okay. Right. We need to make sure that the map, the compass, is a static element. Coordinate device is a static element. And I didn't see the map. Strictly keep the size in real. Yeah, that's something I'm going to be doing as of the next projects. I have seen the light. There we go. You mother... Collision shape. Okay. Now this will undoubtedly interfere with my interaction with the map marker placement, but I suppose for now we just need to see if it works at all. Where are you going, you asshat? Ugh. Like, the human mesh has been more helpful than assuming real world scale, like 1.7 or 1.8 meters height. That has been a lot more helpful, to be honest. Okay, that's fine. Navigation set. It just gives up. Oh, that explains it. It's because we had to remove the map. That was one of the very first objects we made, and I think we just removed it from the collision layers in order to make it not interact with anything. As a matter of fact, I think there might even be a piece of code that still does it. Oh, beautiful. Okay. It's colliding with something. It's colliding with everything. So I guess we can disable collisions on this guy too. And then this guy as well. As a matter of fact, no can take, no can grab. We won't be able to do that anyways because these objects are not on any collision layers. All right. I'm hoping this thing will just work. Of course, that's going to be a lot of wishful thinking, isn't it? Okay, let's take a look at the map. The map is just a GLB file, so we don't have to worry about that. We have a static body here. For what reasons? This was for interacting with the map. We're going to change that to an area node, which may or may not break our interaction with it, but that's what we got to do. Thank God Raycast can actually see, or I guess thank Juan that Raycast can see collision shapes. Yes. And we crash. Because we were busy adding ourselves to collision exceptions, but we don't have to do that anymore. I'm going to have to take a break shortly. Hey, finally. I cannot interact with it. Actually, can take, can pick up. ID is a map. It's not interactable. Although I suppose we have some shenanigans happening with interactable and can take being being used for blocking the player from picking something up. Jesus Christ. Okay. Why can't we pick this up? It's in the group called test. That's probably why. Now, generic item. Let's take a look at something. A tape reel. Grabbable, storable. Wow. I guess we never really needed this to be in any of these elements because any of these groups, grabbable, storable, because it's like a mandatory item, and I never made it be like droppable or storable or usable because I wanted to make sure that the player never loses the map. But maybe that maybe that's not going to be an issue. Okay. So this map is a lot smaller. Quite a lot smaller. Oh. Oh, yeah, no, that makes sense. It's supposed to be smaller. And then, if we take a look at the navigation set. Okay, so that's actually pretty reasonable. Okay. We can't interact with it like we can with a regular map. I think I'm going to make it so that all the maps share the same coordinates. All the maps in your game, that is. You won't be able to pick up the maps of other players. You have to coordinate the locations between one another. But yeah, okay, this works. I think while we're here, we might want to scale it down by 5. Open recent. No, it's not a recent thing. Compass. Inventory items. No compass. Coordinate device. which is too large. Okay, we'll just export this. Engine, models, inventory items, coordinate device, which is called GPS now. Okay, compass is there. Coordinate device. Oh, it's a OBJ. It really shouldn't be. Yes, I'm just gonna save that there. We'll have to remake this anyways. But where's the compass? Assets models. Did I never save it? I might have never saved it. All right, let me just go to the GPS and replace these meshes. Let's see, coordinate device. Don't need the body, don't need the button. Yep, that's fine. Everything in here is super giant. Okay. Again, this is only temporary. I just need to... Oh, the animation player is here with a button press. Oh, no, it's not. Got it. Cool. Now I wonder if it lost the tracks because we renamed it, or because we deleted the node. Because usually it just keeps the tracks, but it makes a null reference. That's weird. Okay. Digital display, X coordinates. That's all fine. I think that should be good. And we'll go to navigation set. Take this tiny thing. Set it back to 1, 1, 1. That's good. And then there's also giant collision shape that needs to be adjusted. All right, we'll be replacing it with something else afterwards. Really? There's no controls out here. You mean all of the operations I've just done, like moving and resizing it, are not undoable? Okay. Okay, that's fine. And then the compass is here. I swear it's somewhere in the files, but I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to make a new. Uh, paste it in for size reference, since we know how big that is. Even after saving. Yeah, I've been finding that for some reason there's this certain, I don't know, willfulness to just forget that anything has been done in the scene, and it's just, yeah, there's nothing to undo. Fuck you. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't see nothing. Inventory items, compass. Now watch I find it. Okay. Sheet smooth. Now let's do auto smooth and then adjust it here. Yeah, sure. Okay. Scale, rotation, everything is reduced. I think this will even look a little bit better. There is merge by distance, but you got to be in edit mode. Mesh, cleanup, merge by distance. Oh, no shortcut, but you can do F3 and type in merge and just look up merge by distance. Or I guess you could just type in distance and then it just gives you a little quick use suggestion here. Or you can always assign your own shortcut. Okay, let's export this as GLB as well. This goes to engine, models. Yeah, the quick search menu is super handy. Items, compass. Oh yeah, so this is before I started using GLBs more. So compass, GLB. OBS is having trouble. Okay. Compass, GLB. All right, get rid of this, get rid of that. Set editable children. There we go. But my internet died. No, that's our good old Canadian ISP providers, everybody. All you know, the grand choice of all two of them. I can just imagine if Rogers and Bell were just two dudes that just walk into a room, just look at each other in the face, and say, "Fuck them," and just shake their hands, and that's it. we're never taking care of the infrastructure ever again. They only have two of us. Okay, so capacitor needle. What the schmuck is this? Capacitor needle. Oh, hold on a sec. If we're doing this, let's give them meshes. Let's give them names. Compass. Okay, so inventory items. Oh, that's assets. Props. Not me. No, items. Compass. Okay, Godot export. Save it up. Fixing our mess. Open. Nice. Okay, so we do needle, which is body. Nope, compass that dot needle. There we go. All right. I reckon this should still work. Good thing I was recording too, eh? Okay, compass. Oh, that tiny thing just fell through the floor. Beautiful. Ah, it is times like these that I honestly question why? Why oh why did the Godot team try to make their own physics engine? Oh, and they removed what is it? Bullet physics too. So now I'm stuck with this piece of shit. If I remember correctly, there was a feature that you enable that sort of fixed items falling through the floor. Like it's a bias or basis or something. Vigil and GGScript. I just opened it and I said, I'd like to move this object. And then I Googled and looked at samples and then copy pasted. Then it worked and sometimes it didn't. Then it was just more Googling. And eventually I started looking more into the documentation. And from that point, I could just be self-sufficient. Hey, okay. I'll work with that. Take the compass. There we go. Alright. And I think... Ah, okay. So it has attempted to get the navigation kit item. But is there such an item? Navigation kit or navigation set? I think it's supposed to be navigation set. Set. Okay, so it uses a map, compass, and GPS. Yeah, the documentation in Godot is really well written. However, I kind of wish that certain more complex subjects had code snippets underneath the functions, like you have in Pygame. Pygame engine has very nice documentation that not only references little code snippets, but it also references to like Git files on GitHub that have the codes written in the context. That might be a bit much for this, but I think some sort of an example system might be nice. Okay, so navigation set. We need map, compass, and GPS system. Oh, okay. So I might have to account for that as well. So, joops. Bye-bye. Let's do continuous collisions. The online docs, some of them have them. It's more like the tutorials. Okay. Joops. Nice. Okay, so it looks like on smaller items we can enable... Oh, man, we need to crouch a lot lower than this. Okay. Yeah. The smaller items that fall through the floor, we can enable continuous CD, which is collision detection, which may not be so good for our performance. Compass and map. Compass. And map. Man. Where's the map? Oh. What? Where's the collision shape? Okay. That's weird. I guess we gave the collision shape to the navigation set, not the map itself. Now this is for sure gonna mess with our ability to place points and notes on the map. Let's see. Navigation set. Oh yeah, that's the one. Okay, so no collisions, no nothing. That's good. Have a break. Yeah, I think that might be a good idea. Need to grab a bite to eat too. Hey, okay. But I'm not interested if I can pick one up. I'm interested if I can do map, GPS, compass. Where? Oh, come on. You son of a... Wait. Why did it say GLTF cannot be saved? Oh, because I... No, I don't have it open. What? You're blaming me that you can't step away from the phone addiction? Come on, man. Alright, I think that's it. I just want to see if the map set, the navigation set can be spawned or crafted. As soon as I do, I'll, put on the pause screen, I'll go take a break. Alright. Map, GPS, compass. Beautiful. Uh, I think there's like a solid object in here somewhere. Okay. We've got map, map. Oh, static body. Yeah. No, this didn't we do this? Didn't we swap out that static body for an area node already? Oh, we did it in the compass navigation set, right? Ooh, okay. Hey, nice. Can't pick it up though because it's probably not a part of the um, groups. Yep, it's a part of the test group. That's what it is. You have chosen or been chosen. There we go. Nice. Okay, that's not the best way to pick it up, but there we go. Map. Oh, except it spawned in a map. Oh, maybe it spawned in because I didn't give it a different name. Okay. No, no. Navigation set. What the heck? Oh, probably because in the navigation set, the map is the most dominating object. It's a scene, but it's a spatial scene. That's a GLB file. Okay, that's a map. That's just map. Cool. The navigation set, compass, coordinate device. Hmm. And then we have map. But this map is the GLB file as well. So I think we might have to place the physical map here. What? Hold on a second. That's GLB. Map TSCN. And then we tell it to not exist. It's a static element. And it will not exist on any of these components. The compass has to be... I think we'll have to rotate it like this. And give it a bit of an angle. Now, I'm pretty sure that the whole map system is broken now. Simply because of what we have just done. But that is unfortunately what has to be done. Okay, cool. So we'll wrap it up here. I need to take a break. I think I could just keep it running. Let me double check my what my time schedule is like. Technically we'll have three more hours. Okay, so I'll put a pause screen and then we'll take a look at what's happening. There we go. Have something in here. Nice. All right. Be back in like 15 maybe. Cool. All right, and we're back. So, what else is on the to-do list today? Oh yeah, pressing escape doesn't close the inventory. So, let's do a quick fix on that. It's not really on the list. Escape. We got inventory process. Mm-hmm. UI panels group. That's checking if the mouse is inside. And then yes, I did start recording. Thank you very much. Where's the escape? What is paired to the escape button? UI cancel. Anything else? Exit. There we go. Okay. Crafting becomes invisible. Inventory becomes invisible. And I guess we need to also close all crafting benches. So we're going to do for each bench in get tree, get nodes and group. What's it called? Crafting bench group? Workbench. And that is called nothing, because we're in the blueprints. Workbench group. Cool. Would tell each bench to close. There we go. So pressing escape should now close the whole thing. That should be good. Nice. Okay. Cool. So I suppose once we get enough of these craftable items, we can give the whole system a nice scroll bar. For now, however, what do we got to do? What's on the list? Make radio locator, store and recall knob positions. Okay. Let's do that. So we're going to take radio locator. Okay. Okay, I can't seem to right click to focus on the item anymore. Radio detector. What's happening in here? Close interactable, yes. We should be able to closely inspect it. That's weird. Let's take a look at this for a sec. Maybe the interaction code is slightly borked. We did do a bunch of stuff. Let me try this. Let's go to the security office. Because there's a radio here. Yeah. I can't closely inspect it. Okay, let's go to player. Close inspectable. Okay, select item slot not null. If not inventory open, maybe that's the issue. The inventory open doesn't get updated. Mm-hmm. No, it does get updated here. Let's double check this. Okay, inventory open is false. Let's drop a radio locator. Pick it up. Open. Okay, so it is false. If selected, if this is a map, zoom in and read, but that's not really map related. If this item can be close inspectable, zoom in on it using the items export variables. Okay, so suppose this right here may never actually get executed. If it's a map, it does some map related stuff. We'll worry about that after. I'm actually going to put fix map on my list of stuff that needs to be done. Okay. Let's see if this actually gets called. It does not. Huh. Now, why does it not? I suppose that this... Huh. Interesting. Something in here does not actually reach. Let's see. So breakpoint. If selected item slot data not null, it's not. Inventory not open, it's not. If selected item slot data has, selected item slot data has close and inspectable. Now, why is it looking in the selected item slot data for this? And that's where it fails. Okay. Okay, select item slot data. So this is the dictionary, and then close inspectable isn't in there. But then again, it shouldn't really be stored as an item data. It's not really important that it's stored there. And I guess we might be just talking to the object instead. Item held node. If it has close inspectable, which is I don't know if has will work. I think we got to do get close inspectable, and it's not null. I think when we do the get command, it returns a null if the property does not exist. So if it's not null and it is close inspectable, then it would allow us to run. So I think right now, if I get rid of the breakpoint and then return to the game, which I can't because I already closed it, never mind. Let's run it again. I'm pretty sure that it is not critical that the close inspectable is stored in the item data. I suppose if it is, we'll just move it over. Still doesn't work. Hmm. Okay. So it still skipped it. Now, is it because of this? Close inspectable. The radio decoder borrows from the generic item, which has close inspectable. Now, the radio detector has that set to true. Fascinating. Let's try this. Let's print these two properties. That might cause an issue. Let's just do this. So if there is no property, it'll return null and it'll print null. And if there is a property, it'll tell us what the property is. Cool. Okay, we crashed. Breakpoint. We didn't crash. Let's keep going. Inventory open. But it's not printing the thing that I wanted to print. Oh, because the inventory is open. Alright. So, close inspectable says it is null. Why? The radio detector code borrows from generic item. Generic item has close inspectable. Wait, hold on. Item held node should contain a valid reference. So maybe that's not getting updated. Close inspectable is null. Okay. Item held node. Let's do this. Item held node dot name. I guess we could just print item held node. Alright, let's try this. Item held is a spatial. That makes no goddamn sense. Spatial 13215. That actually makes no goddamn sense. Current item, scene, instance. Oh, item held node is the container for the child. That's why. This needs to be item held node get child 0. Well, okay, there should be a variable to store the item we're holding. Should there not be? Held target location. Item held no child 0. I guess we're not. Okay. So I guess we gotta do this instead. No wonder it wasn't working. Cool. I had a very important job in the meantime. Steal the donut from the boss's office without him noticing. Radio locator. Yes. Nice. And there we go. So we can now do this. Okay. Still don't have Z ordering properly working here. Okay. So we need to make the radio locator store and recall knob positions. Right, so that's important. So I suppose that means what we can do is have the radio locator knob rotation indices, and then knob rotations. That's the current knob rotations. I suppose we can store the index I think we detect whenever it changes. In the regular process. Yep. Okay, calculate destination, and then record knob rotations into item data. So item data, knob rotations, knob rotation indices. So we just update it like this. And now, when the ready function gets executed, which is not here, but I think because the ready function, because this is Godot 3 still, the ready function doesn't get overwritten. We can do a post ready if we wanted to. Yeah, that's kind of a letdown, to be honest. The ready function gets overwritten in Godot 4 when you have a script that inherits from another script rather than just running them together. But I suppose they wanted to standardize it. Okay. Where's the radio locator? Okay, so we do what? We do... Let's do post ready. Load radio... load knob rotation. So if item data has a key of knob rotation IDX, then we're going to take the knob rotation indexes and we're going to set it to whatever's in the item data. And now, this is the curious thing. Maybe we don't store knob rotations. Although we kind of have to. Yeah. It's being used in extensive amount of places. All right, so knob rotations. We're going to have to go through these. And then we'll do 4x in knob rotations. We will use x to access each knob rotation. And then we're going to access the snap angles for each knob. And then the index of the rotation is going to be grabbed from knob rotation indices, which is I think we could just use x here. Oh, we need to use the size of the knob rotations so that we don't loop through the values themselves, but we loop through the indices of them. Okay, I think this should do it. Okay, so that has been stored. Hey, look at that. Now the question is it going to be following a radio signal when we take it out? Let's see. Comment this out. And inventory open false. Mm-hmm. Pretty sure that presently it's not going to be honed in on the proper object. Or maybe it will. There is a piece of code that says if old knob indices is not the same as the current knob indices. Okay. So what are we targeting? Radio, what is it? Security office 512. Okay. There we go. The needle's jumping. I think I will need some sort of an indicator when there is a valid frequency, like either a light or maybe I make the glowiness of the dial come on when there's a valid channel, or maybe just all of the lights, like the entire emission channel would come on. Okay, so if I do this, yes, it works. Beautiful. I'm gonna have to figure out if there's a way to transfer navigation calculation data over the network. KCF for uniform for copyright purpose. Kentucky Chicken Fellow. Yes. Man. This is actually a pretty damn large map. Now that I'm kind of following a particular direction. And once we're populated with random locations, like shipping crates and all sorts of stuff, you'll be discovering all sorts of stuff when you're walking about. I think we're close. I can feel the shaders compiling. God damn, dude. Yeah, this map is... I was actually kind of worried that the map might be too small. Like, players might just walk around. Oh. Yeah, players might be able to reach the other side of the map too quickly. Nice. Love the mechanic. Oh, well, I mean, it's trying. Da Vinci. All right. So, make radio locator store and record knob positions is done. Okay, fix map. Oh boy. It's just, oh, hey, look at that. That's what we're doing right now. Map. Okay. So, we are no longer colliding with the map. Unfortunately. How did we used to work with it? Physics process. I think we can do this in the process. If left button and control were held, camera project position, get viewport, get the position of the mouse. It will project a ray in space. But I don't think this ray has the ability of colliding with, what is it? Intersect ray. I don't know if it has the ability to collide with areas. Collide with bodies, collide with areas. Hey, we can set it. Okay. So, intersect ray, collision mask. Right. Collision mask. Damn it. Okay. Can you just do this? No. It's a 32-bit integer, I think. Okay. Oh, I don't know if I can just type that in. Oh, I might be able to. Okay. Collide with bodies true. Collide with areas true. Ready? I don't know why I gave myself the radio decoder. Hey, okay. Now, I want to make sure that this object is illuminated by the other light, and I'm pretty sure that in the player there's a special light that is located on a special layer, held item light, and it's on call layer 2. Okay. Visual instance. Let me go to layer names. I think that's it. Yep, FPS viewport, FPS viewport. Cool. So we'll go back to the map, and then we set it only to the second if... actually, that's the curious part. It has to exist in both based on which layer it exists, if it's in a level or if it's held by the player. So I suppose this is where we kind of have to address the elephant in the room. Making items set their visual layers based on if the item is held or not. Now we tried doing something like this, I think in here. Set FPS view. And it goes through the children, checks if it's a mesh instance, and then sets the collision layer mask bits. I think what we have to do, because we have such a myriad of different elements, we might have to make an array which can be populated with all the nodes that need to be set to a different collision layer. Because there can be lights, mesh instances, CSG elements if we're still using any, anything visual. So to do this, we can do, let's do this. So FPS nodes, it is an array. Can we do this? All right, Godot 3. Export array node paths. Okay. And then what we're going to do is go in here, and instead of going through the children, we go through this node. And if it's a mesh instance, I suppose this will be okay. Now set FPS view is done by the player, if I remember correctly. Yep, okay. And then all we have to do now is go through the items and then tell which nodes belong to this array. I just gotta save this. Okay. Now where is it? It's an export variable, should be here. Export array of node paths, var FPS nodes. And the map is borrowing from generic item. Okay, maybe I have to close it. This one has it. Okay, so we say what belongs here. The button, the GPS, the OmniLight, and then I don't think children are affected. I think it has to be just individually set. Digit 3. I think that's it. Yes, nothing else. Okay, so that's this node. And this is one of the more complex ones because it got all these digits and elements in it. Let's go to radio detector. So let's see what needs to be added here. Okay, body, side channel, big knob, little knob, needle, and that's it. All right, let's give it a test. So that alone should have made all those objects only be visible if we're holding them as a player. They should only be rendered within the player view. So radial locator, okay, picking it up, and then nope, it's a big fat nada. Technically, it should have crashed because we have 3 values here that are not set up correctly, and also we are not getting the elements properly too. Each child, FPS nodes. These are node paths. Oh, this didn't get executed because it's not a node. So we'll do var each child equal node. Beautiful. All right, OBS is having a shit fit again. Okay. Hey, that works. Okay, what about the map? Nope, the map did not work. Oh, we didn't do the map. We did the radial locator. Nope, we did the coordinate device, which is GPS. God, that thing is tiny. I mean, it works. Doesn't display it. There is a light inside of it, though. Okay. That's fine. Let's go to the map. Now the map is showing it. And now what do we need here? We need the map. And I suppose that's it. There's a label 3D, but that's used for debugging. Cool. Let's take a look at the navigation set. Oh, this is going to be a bitch. No. You know what? Navigation set uses a map. So the navigation set script really should be using... let's attach a script. It should be using its own script. Okay, where's the generic item? Okay. But actually, no. It needs to be extending the script. So navigation set, and it inherits from the generic item. And this is going to go into the items. Okay. And now when this thing runs, what is it? Set FPS view. So we're going to do func set FPS view. We're going to tell the coordinate device to run it as well, the compass to run it as well, and then mapped to run it as well. Okay, so let's enter the compass for a sec. I think that should still be working, hopefully. So there's only 2 items, body and needle. Yep. Okay. First of all, the map. Which we technically have here. Okay, looking good. So it doesn't clip. And this one, same thing. It's the same object, so of course. Navigation set, crashes. Invalid set index of type string of base dictionary. Huh? Get index of type string. Oh, because navigation set doesn't have an ID anymore. Navigation set. Okay, so it is close inspectable. Although, I think, yeah, it is. And then it's close inspectable using these coordinates. So copy property, paste property. And then one more time, copy property, paste property. Okay, good. No pickup sounds, nothing of that sort. And then it itself doesn't really have anything. Oh, this is interesting. We technically don't need any of these things, do we? Because the map already has all those components, and it has its own script that runs all those components. Right, because we kind of copied the map to create this object. Okay, fair enough. So, navigation set. Okay, so we can inspect it. We can still see this. I'm holding something. Okay. We can still see that it's updating where the north is, even when we zoomed in. And then the only thing that doesn't work is the GPS. The GPS should be working. It was programmed to just wait for a button press. If held, input is action, just press left click. It runs this. But it's not held. But what we can do if it's held and input is action, just press left mouse button. So this is when we're holding the GPS tracker by itself. But if we're holding the navigation set, it doesn't really know that. So we could potentially do this. Let's go to navigation, to the GPS, I should say. Where is it? We lost it. Okay, still called coordinate device here. Gyps. Okay, I'm not going to change it here. So if get parent dot the name of this node is navigation set and get parent dot held is true, or this is not the case, but this object is held and it is true, then if the left mouse is pressed, we're going to run the GPS functionality. All right. Fairly simple stuff. Man, I can't wait to get to work on the Atomicon. Map, GPS, just figuring out the whole VR and FPS functionality. That's going to be interesting. Navigation set, pick that up. Nice. So left click works. It doesn't play the animation. And I'm expecting long streams indeed. Lots of long streams. Okay, so what's happening here? It feels like it might have been set to a different layer. Visibility layer. Flags. Where is it? It's just visible. Region. Are there no visibility layers? Hold on a second. Yeah, there are. Right here. Visual instance. And then the second one is FPS viewport. But I suppose we had the piece of code that checked if something is a mesh instance, right? And it would not work. So what if we don't check if it's a mesh instance? I believe every visible node should simply, well, have this. Set layer mask bit. And unexpected indentation, okay. Compass, makeshift flashlight. I need the map. Also, I kind of want to allow the player to look further down. I think that's a bit of a steep limit. I think this would be in the input. Modulation A. There we go. Okay, negative 70, positive 70. Let's go negative 80, positive 80. Let the player look high and low. Okay, that might be a bit much. Down is okay. All right. So drop in navigation set. We need to make the material for the map double-sided. Okay, and now we can see the numbers. Left click. Beautiful. Now, one more thing I wanted to see if I can deal with. Okay, the map does not allow us to place the map markers, and the coordinate device keeps pressing the buttons. So let's do this. If left mouse button is pressed and input is action pressed control and not press control. Okay, that's good. But we also need to go to the map, and then in the map we need to take a look at input is action just pressed if held. Okay, there we go. Same concept. So either the map is held or the parent of the map is held. Okay. See, this is the sort of stuff I gotta really learn from. So, how to handle items, how to handle combining items, how to program in such a way that I don't have to redo the whole thing again. Lots of stuff to learn to make our life easier with the next projects. Hey, look at that. Okay. Now, one more thing I wanted to deal with is the fact that the letters don't really follow the writing. Learning item handling and stuff. Yeah, for sure. Okay. So it writes the name. I don't see the dot. I don't see the dot. That's something that we might want to deal with. I believe there is a piece of code that we are missing. We have to be storing these dots somewhere. We might be storing them in the master node. I think we are. And you see the dots are actually little tiny 3D spheres. And they're not marked to always look. Yeah, there we go. Radio locator. No, that's channel frequency. That's not it. They're not set to be in the proper visibility layer. That's the problem. Okay. Tree mimic. Nope. God rays. Item database. Crafting recipes. Crafting recipes. Radio locator channel. Nope. That's not it. Okay, hold on a sec. Let's take a look at the map. Where in the tits are we storing these points? Rebuild map. Map markers. Oh, so it's here. Where's map markers? Hello? Map markers? Rebuild map. Each marker in map markers. Map markers are referenced here. So rebuild map is what's actually using it. And for some reason, it's not doing it here. What in the heck? Oh, it's the... Okay, it's the player. The player is the one that has the map markers. Which kind of makes sense. We got map markers right here. Cool. What do we want to do with this? We need to... We have the player. When we place the map marker, we need to know if we're currently in the FPS view so that we can display the items. Now, you know what? Technically, the only way to see the map markers is to pick it up and have it be in the FPS view. So we could quite literally say that the dots only exist in the very first element, unless we want other players to be able to see the map markers by eavesdropping around the player's shoulder, but that might be a bit much, to be honest. Map.label preload. Map.label preload. You know what? My mouse is dying. My mouse is flippin' dying. And this is like the 6th Logitech mouse. It's the $20 or the $15 one, so you know I can't be complaining too much. That's a label, by the way. I need the... That's the material. Come on. Like, I'm trying to click on that damn point and it doesn't want to do it. Okay. Where is it? That is not a 3D object. Okay. What is happening here? Left mouse is pressed. Control is held. Play a map marker. Get the point. Shoot the ray. Create map dot. Position. Okay. So map dot is just a CSG sphere. Cool. Which means all I have to do is talk to that point and then set mask something something. Layer mask bit. So bit, come on. Bit 0 is false. Bit 1, which is the FPS bit, is true. Okay. That ought to do it. So, navigation set. Test. Or rar. Okay, sure. Cool. So the point is there, but the writing. The writing is still very bouncy. Now, why is the writing bouncy? Maybe it's because the label is not being... The label's not being updated in the right place. Interesting. We have unproject position, my map dot, which is there's a reference to which dot it belongs to. Global transform dot origin. It gets that. It takes the camera. Physics pro. Maybe it's not supposed to be in the physics process. Maybe it's supposed to be in the process. Although I would, assume that physics process is where you have the most up-to-date position of an element, but clearly not. Navigation set. Okay. And then we go here. And then place a dot, and then press OK. Hey, what the? That's perfect. What the heck? How? What? It's a little wiggly, but it's way better than it was before. What? I thought the physics process is when you have the most up-to-date physics position of an object, but apparently not. So does it run physics first and then the process function? Huh. Interesting. Well, okay. I mean, I'm not going to complain about it. We don't have a way of destroying points. Also, that keeps playing. I guess I could have a check if there's any text input elements anywhere. If we take a look at the label, when we press a button, it queues free the button itself. So map.label tscn. Right. So they're all here. And there's a button here. So check this out. I can do this. So map marker delete btn, or new map marker delete btn group. Okay, so if that exists, if any of them exist, that means that there's a marker being written. So I need to make the GPS not react to it. So we're gonna do if skip if marker being written. So if get tree, get nodes in group, call this group, get the size. If it's over 0, return. Don't do anything. Okay. That ought to do it. That ought to do it. Let's get it. Okay. You know what? I think that after this, I'm gonna take a hike to the clinic because I don't know, they prescribed me this thing, this aerosol thing, and they've done it before, in like last year or 2 years ago, and it doesn't do shiz. Okay. Yeah, nice. Man, this is just awesome. This is a little buggy, but maybe that's my mouse. You know what? I'm going to go to the clinic, and then I'm going to go to Staples and get myself a new mouse. Because you know what? I deserve it. I'm going to get one of them trackball mice. Because the one I've been using has actually been working out pretty well. Cool. All right. So we fixed this stuff. It's a little small, but, not a big deal. We can always get thing fixed up. Get a good one. Yeah, for sure. Nice. So, is that something I can take off the list? Okay. Fix map is done, and what else? Fix map. What? Fix map. Writing locations. I need to add a thing on the list. Allow to delete map locations. Allow to delete map locations. And, cool. I think that's it. And then as we go along, we're gonna add more elements to the occlusion array, or the visibility mask array. And cool. All right. So not bad. While I still have some time, I'm gonna go to do the chores, do the stuff, and who knows? Maybe we'll even have some extra time to get some more work done today. Cool. All right. Thanks everybody for watching. Appreciate the company. We'll continue in the next one, and drop a sub to the Retroactive Gamers channel. Link in the description. Would really appreciate it. Every sub counts. Thank you.